invested heavily in advanced NP training, which includes an NP public forum and an online survey to assess training needs in order to consolidate the consensus among NPs. Also of importance was the promotion of a collaborative hospital-school training model, which emphasized on physiology, pathophysiology, pharmacology, physical assessment, differential diagnosis, and clinical care management. This model also aimed to address patient health needs and optimize patient outcomes. Emphasis is placed on consistency in NP education, licensure, and clinical practice. Some of the means to achieve that include standardized curriculums and regular evaluation. At the same time, we're developing a local NP expert database and training system. In order to meet future community healthcare needs and effectively improve nursing workforce retention, it's important to initiate and develop community home care NP programs. Establish a population-focused primary care system, and to promote NP flexibility in the scope of practice model. With NPs on the healthcare team, patients and their families can feel safe.
How much do you know about nursing in Taiwan? In Taiwan, there are 15 categories of health personnel, and nurses account for more than half of all of them. From birth to death, we all need nurses. Where there are health needs, there is nursing. Currently, there are 170,000 nurses in Taiwan's healthcare system. Nursing training in Taiwan began at the end of the 19th century. After the Second World War, public health nurses were at the front lines of preventing and controlling infectious diseases in Taiwan. From the 1960s to the 1970s, the government promoted family planning. Public health nurses were the protector of women's and children's health in every family. After the 1970s, with the development of medical institutions in Taiwan, acute care in hospitals became a priority. By the 1990s, Taiwan had transformed into an aging society. Thus, developing chronic diseases management and long-term care has become critically important. With the changing of society and care needs, Taiwan's nursing professional groups are gradually thriving. In order to give nurses a better working environment and career development, the Ministry of Health and Welfare continues to innovate nursing policies in all aspects. After years of hard work and effort, we established a reasonable nurse-to-patient ratio, ensuring the safety of patients and also improving the nursing working environment. We saw changes not only in data, but also in the index. The first anonymous nursing workplace dispute reporting platform allows nurses to work at ease. Through new regulations, we keep pace with the times to support the positive development of the nursing environment. We conduct accreditation for nursing institutions, emphasize the empirical application of clinical effectiveness in nursing, and promote subsidization of safety facilities and education in emergency risk response and clinical care. Connecting with the world, responding to the global nursing campaign. 3 major investments of Taiwan Nursing Now were proposed: home nursing care, effective nursing, and smart nursing. In response to the care needs of society, we promote a community home nursing care system, increasing long-term care payments, and counsel and reward the establishment of home nursing clinics, as well as make home nursing care more popular. Nursing experts participate in national nursing research, establishing evidence-based practice guidelines and training courses to promote advanced education linkage and career development ability certification to improve the proficiency of nurses in providing the best care. We are working to integrate information technology to provide smart mobile support for home nursing care, to build a remote care platform for indigenous areas and offshore islands, and to integrate an interdisciplinary database of the nursing workforce on a national level. Furthermore, we are leading participation of the new generation of nurses in public affairs, launching Looking Forward to 2030, Good Nursing Policies, Let's Talk Tour Forums. By participating in meetings held by the WHO, ICN, ICM, EFN, OECD, etc., nursing in Taiwan is stepping into the world. Using our experience in nursing and medical development, we continue to connect and assist countries which have diplomatic relations with us or friendly nations. Let the world see Taiwan through our action. Taiwan can help and move towards the WHO goal, leave no one behind. To support nursing is to respect human life.
Nurse practitioners are vital and integral members of the healthcare team. NPs are patient care experts who work collaboratively with the healthcare team to provide patients with safe, integrative, and patient-centered care. Their main area of practice is in the acute care hospital setting, but they also work in community-based facilities and public health centers. Their scope of practice covers a wide range of specialties. Their practice is under the guidance of standardized national regulations, hospital practice and procedure protocols, and national NP standards of practice. NPs conduct detailed patient histories, physical assessment, interpret test results, make medical decisions, and follow-up care, and work collaboratively with physicians in making differential diagnosis and assisting with treatments with the goal of promoting optimal health and disease prevention. Next, let's discuss how to become an NP in Taiwan. Qualifications include at least 3 years of practice as an RN, completion of a hospital NP training program, or NP school accredited by the Ministry of Health and Welfare, and passing the national NP examination. NPs are required to maintain regular continuing education in order to stay abreast of the current advances in NP clinical knowledge and practice. The Ministry of Health and Welfare will conduct regular and unannounced inspections of NP training hospitals to ensure NP training and practice are of the highest standards. Taiwan continues to achieve a significant increase in nurses attaining NP licensure. To promote the nursing workforce development programs as a way of looking forward to 2030, we invested heavily in advanced NP training, which includes an NP public forum and an online survey to assess training needs in order to consolidate the consensus among NPs. Also of importance was the promotion of a collaborative hospital school training model, which emphasized on physiology, pathophysiology, pharmacology, physical assessment, differential diagnosis, and clinical care management. This model also aimed to address patient health needs and optimize patient outcomes. Another emphasis is placed on consistency in NP education, licensure, and clinical practice. Some of the means to achieve that include standardized curriculums and regular evaluation. At the same time, we're developing a local NP expert database and training system. In order to meet future community healthcare needs and effectively improve nursing workforce retention, it's important to initiate and develop community home care NP programs. Establish a population-focused primary care system, and to promote NP flexibility in the scope of practice model. With NPs on the healthcare team, patients and their families can feel safe.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session will start in a few minutes. Please take your seat. May we remind you to switch off your cell phones or turn them to silent mode, and keep your mask on at all times. Thank you for your cooperation. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we are delighted to have leading experts, speakers, and many online participants. Welcome. Unfortunately, we have very limited time today. If you have any questions or comments, please write them in the comment sheet and give them to our staff. We will have a 10-minute Q&A time before the end of the session. So for our online participants, if you have any points to share, please share them in the comment section of the platform. Thank you. Now, let me introduce our session moderator, the Director General, Department of Nursing and Healthcare, Ministry of Health and Welfare, Dr. Shufeng Cai. Dr. Shufeng Cai to give the opening remarks. Her area of expertise includes nursing policy, nursing development, and healthcare delivery systems. With a long history of participating in healthcare policy development, she has received numerous awards for excellence in both nursing practice models and policy innovation, including the 2001 Honorary Fellow of the American Association of Nursing Practitioners and the Top 5 Excellence Award on the first and the second presidential hackathon in Taiwan. Please welcome Dr. Cai.
Okay, 等一下，没有转过来，他的脸。Wait a minute. Oh. 还是不对。Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's a great honor to be here and have the opportunity to talk about holistic care and the opportunities and challenges of food reflexology. The WHO has designated year 2021 the International Year of Health and Care Workers. The theme is Protect, Invest, and Together. Former First Lady Rosalind Carter once said, there are only 4 types of people in this world. Those have been caregivers, those who are currently caregivers, those who will be caregivers, and those who will be a need caregiver. So, in 2021, we ask ourselves, how do we can protect and invest in nursing? I'm sure there is more than one way to do this, but reflexology is definitely one of the best ways to achieve both of these goals. When I first learned reflexology, it was also first time I met Father Wu Ruoshi. He likes to call himself a Taiwanese from Switzerland because he can speak long, fluent Taiwanese and can make a catchy phrases in Taiwanese as well as the locals, such as 敬你一杯茶，互你无问题 which means have a tea that gives you trouble-free, and 一家两人会省下医疗费 which means if two people in a family learn the techniques of food reflexology, that family can save a lot of money on medical expenses. As today's session unfolds, you will learn more about reflexology and why it is protection for our nurses and an investment in nursing. But first, I would like to talk a little bit about holistic nursing. Why is holistic nursing? According to American Holistic Nurses Association, holistic nursing is all nursing that has healing the whole person as its goal. It draws on nursing knowledge, research, expertise, intuition, and creativity. Holistic techniques can be used for self-care and stress management, as well as patient care. Food reflexology can serve as one important element in holistic nursing. Our Ministry of Health and Welfare has also published a book titled The Future of Health. The Fit Can Tell, a book that serves as a reference manual for nurses and self-care and potential non-invasive care interventions for patients in pain. In collaboration with Taiwan Evidence-Based Nursing Association, we are currently conducting a comprehensive literature review of reflexology. It confirms reflexology as an internationally recognized theory, as well as a technique. And there are many evidence-based studies for our reference. On behalf of Ministry of Health and Welfare, I would like to thank Father Wu Ruoshi, Ms. Christian Isel from United States, Ms. Leila Erickson from Denmark, for being here today. For our three distinguished keynote speakers, our co-moderator, Ms. Sophie Lin, will give them a more detailed introduction. Ms. Sophie Lin is the Secretary General of the FJM Holistic Human Development Association in Taiwan. She is an authorized international FJM instructor. We have had FJM of reflexology courses for our home care nurses in 2020 and 2021. Please welcome Ms. Sophie Lin.
Yes, we are honored to take part in this wonderful moment. Now, we're going to the next section about Father Joseph Oyster Johann. Father Joseph is a Catholic priest, was born in Switzerland, and has been in Taiwan for 52 years. FJM initiator and honorary president of Father of FJM Development Association Taiwan. inducted into the International Reflexology Hall of Fame in 2011. The esteemed Father Joseph has been working on research and development for reflexology field for 42 years. And the FJM's international teams he leads have stepped into corners of the world, including Switzerland, Germany, Australia, Malaysia, China, etc. He insisted that people need to be loved. Today, Father Joseph is taking us into his full blessing of reflexology. Ladies and gentlemen, Father Joseph.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the honor to share with you the opportunities and challenges of reflexology. After learning and practicing foot reflexology for over 40 years, I have realized how important this health method is in the health care field, and I want to speak about the mission and challenges of FJM holistic care. The next. You see, reflexology is a world movement. The whole world already knows about this method and take advantage of its use. We call reflexology a holistic health method which is able to face all kinds of health problems we meet in our lives, and in mind, body and soul. I realized that this health method is for the poor. That's why I went to the poorest country in Africa, to Zimbabwe and Tanzania, to teach a group of nurses to learn the method to continue serving for the poorest in their country. And two Swiss reflexologists accompanied me to go there. So after a few years, when I did reflexology, I realized that this method is a heavenly gift, which the Lord has given us, put in everybody's body. And if you know where the reflex zones are, you can help yourself and also to help others. And now let us speak about the blessings and treasures of reflexology. I found 7 blessings and treasures of reflexology. And the first one is, it's the most natural family health method to maintain the health and emotional relationship between every member of the family. I realized if a family is doing reflexology on each other, their relationship will change. The husband and the wife, if they don't get along very well, if they serve each other, maybe sometimes torture a little, they will become more better related to each other. And even the children, if they experience reflexology, they will find a better relationship with each other and with their parents. The second point, the health method of the poor. The poorest person in the world can use this method to help himself and others. You don't need money. You don't need medication. You only need your hands and a loving heart. The third point, the best health method of the hopeless and desperate. I realized that people who feel lost and desperate and can't sleep anymore, if you go there, touch their feet, work on their feet, maybe they will suddenly fall asleep, and maybe they will sleep all night. That's a wonderful result of reflexology. The most environmental friendly health method, more importantly, reduce waste of medical resources. You don't need a special bed or a special place to reflexology work. Wherever you are, you just grasp the person's hands or feet and tenderly work on the reflex zones. The most human-friendly health method. This person received reflexology treatments for a long time. And once, when we finished working on her, she stood up and walked a few steps. We were totally surprised. And we continued treating, and after a few more weeks, she was able to walk properly. One of the best methods to prevent diseases. If somebody uses reflexology from the early childhood to the old age, once or twice a month, she or he doesn't have to be afraid of cancer or other severe diseases, because the immune system will be very strong and prevent any severe diseases. The health method which can be applied from the first to the last day of one's life. That's really amazing. If a child is born and has problems, the mother immediately can work on the small little feet and just touch them, press a little, and see the reaction of the child. If the child shows reaction, you know it works. And maybe the child will sleep much better. What can reflexology do for our integrative health? Just a few weeks ago, we were at the university, at our Catholic university in Furen, and there we introduced our method. And the reaction was, of course, I worked on the issue the Xiaochang. I worked on his neck. He was having neck pains, and immediately he could feel a reaction and realized that it helps. So now the university has decided that they want to integrate foot reflexology into their healthcare system. That's good news, and we hope it will work. 我们希望卫福部也会继续鼓励他们。What can reflexology do for our integrative health? You see, so many ideas came into my mind. If you do reflexology, you can normalize organs and glands. For example, if you have a thyroid gland problem, the doctor will find out if it's an overfunction or an underfunction. If it's an overfunction, he will find his medication and he will give it to you. If it's an underfunction, he will find another medicine, because that medicine for overfunction doesn't work for underfunction. But when we do reflexology on the reflex zone of the thyroid gland, we just have to press, and the body itself will adjust to normalize the function of the thyroid gland. That's really amazing. It's already in your body. You just have to address the reflex zone, and you can adjust and change your health. The second one, to improve blood circulation. So many people come and say, when it's winter, then I always have cold feet and I feel uncomfortable. Then I show to them our reflexology board. You can step on the board, let's say for 5 minutes a day, and you won't have any cold feet anymore, because it will stimulate your whole body and the blood circulation will improve. It's so simple and so easy and so cheap, but you have to do it. The third point, revitalize our body cells. For example, if a child has a severe breathing problems, which brings about the death of some cells in your brain, if you do reflexology, most of it can recover again. Several palsy children, for those, this method is really amazing. Normalize the endocrine glands. We just were speaking about the thyroid gland. The thyroid gland is one important part of the endocrine glands. And the whole endocrine system can improve through stimulation of the reflex zones. And then accelerate the healing process. If you are sick already for a long time, and the recovering is very slow, if you start receiving reflexology, you will feel the process will go much faster. I believe that this is the best method to accelerate the healing process. And number 6, eliminate waste and poison in the body. When I started doing reflexology 42 years ago, I was told from the German book that you should start with the kidney, because the kidney will help you to get rid of the poison in your body. And that's what we did for many, many years. Afterwards, when I was studying a little Chinese medicine, I realized that the head, the brain, is the center and the controlling part of our whole body. Therefore, we changed the beginning of a reflexology treatment with the head, Langerdarmwurzel, the 2 thumbs. That's the first step when we do reflexology. And then reflexology will change the whole body disposition. For example, if somebody is pale all day, you know, and no energy, and he starts doing receiving reflexology or working on the board, he will feel much more alive, much more energy, and his face will slowly become red like mine. And then to reduce stress and nerve tensions. So many people are nervous, more and more, so at night they can't sleep well. Sleepless people 50 years ago you could hardly find. It seems that at that time everybody could sleep very well, but now it's becoming a social problem. You don't sleep well because you are too nervous. You have too much stress. You have too much thinking in your brain. If you receive reflexology treatments, especially on the two big toes, you can improve and can reduce stress and nerve tensions. And besides it, reflexology is a preventive therapy. So many problems you can prevent if you know this method. If you work on your feet often, the protection from laws and regulations. Reflexology is known nearly in the whole world, but the healthcare system in some countries doesn't acknowledge it yet. It's coming slowly. The problem is, those who do the service, they even don't have a very good training, and they don't do a very good job. So it's not easy to believe and to accept this method. Taiwan doesn't have a reflexology law presently, but uses the field of massage regulations for commercial purposes. It does not help to the effort and progress in areas of universal health care. We hope that our Weifupu, they will help us to improve in this case. FJM gives a clear training for those who want to do reflexology as a profession, and we should work together with the healthcare system. We will do it, and I hope they will do it and help us. The difficulty to establish a national database of reflexology science and avoid exploitation and confusion of commercial interests. When I started teaching reflexology, there were some students who learned for 8 to 10 hours, and then they immediately started to work on other people's feet because they wanted to make money. But it didn't work. They were cheating. They didn't realize that you have to learn this method properly if you want to help other people. The establishment of a reflex science of reflexology treatment database is a top priority to provide reliable validation data to help people step on a reliable health pathway. That's very important, and we will continue on this path. Global recognition and universal consensus of reflexology. We hope so much. Taiwan is already a leading country in the world. We, the small Taiwan, is a leading country in the world about reflexology, and I am proud about you. And we hope that other countries will follow us, will learn from us, and will invite us to teach and promote this wonderful health method. Finally, I have worked with this method for 44 years. Now it is your turn to continue. Learn a reflexology skill to reduce the healthcare bill. Thank you.
So it's really a blessing for us to have Father Joseph's lecture. Thank you. Okay, let's, we'll go on. That's a very important and most important person, expert for the reflexology world, Christine Isel. Christine Isel is the co-founder of American Reflexology Certification Board, USA. She's not only the association and conference organizer on the national and international levels for RAC, ARCV, and ICR, etc., but also a legislative consultant on local, state, national level in USA. The esteemed Christine Isel will today use a series of questions to lead us through in-depth into the practice of reflexology to apply the most complete field of vision at the forefront with an arrow view of the direction of nursing for the reality, holistic health of mankind with legislation issued. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Christine Isel.
Greetings to the Global Health and Welfare Forum Planning Committee and participants. Thank you for the practice of reflexology in the United States. We'll look at the current situation and then the future of reflexology. I will answer the most frequently asked questions, whether that's Greetings to the Global Health and Welfare Forum Planning Committee and participants. Thank you for the honor of addressing you today and sharing ideas, experiences, and challenges. Greetings to the Global Health and Welfare Forum Planning Committee and participants. Thank you for the honor of addressing you today and sharing ideas, experiences, and challenges faced in the practice of reflexology in the United States. We'll look at the current situation and then the future of reflexology. I will answer the most frequently asked questions, whether that's by students or the public or colleagues. But first, I must admit, I am terribly biased, and I'm a huge proponent of reflexology. For over 40 years, I've been celebrating its simplicity, which produces such dynamic results. Reflexology changes lives. It doesn't matter whether you're the client or practitioner, teacher or student, young or old, rich or poor, healthy or unhealthy. Reflexology changes lives. It's the most dynamic, holistic, healing therapy I know of, and I'm proud to be a reflexologist. One of the first questions asked is why work on the feet? On a strictly physical level, many clients complain of ankle, knee, hip, back, and neck pain, with treatment focused on these areas by conventional medicine, not on the feet themselves. Yet the feet are the focal point to which our entire body weight is transmitted when we move. With every step we take, the feet affect our body and our health. Over time, if the bones and the tissue of the feet are dysfunctional in some way, adverse effects may result in acute and chronic problems throughout the body. Again, answering the question, why work on the feet? Our feet are actually the foundation of our health, or we could say the gateway to health. Reflexology is a therapy of health and wellness, not disease. Again, The question, why work on the feet if you're a reflexologist? It's simple. The entire body is represented on the feet. Colleagues and students often ask why study energy from both a Western science and an energy medicine perspective. There is so much more to what reflexologists do than can be seen, weighed, and measured, but they need to be aware of it. With the advent of quantum physics, our knowledge is expanding into the unseen world of energies, both those identified by Western science and those by energy medicine. Studying energy from both points of view is important because, in my estimation, energy is the bridge between East and West, between Western medicine and Eastern therapeutic approaches like TCM. It adds depth and credibility to our education, and most importantly, demonstrates reflexology's influence on the integration of body, emotion, mind, and spirit. What is the status of practicing reflexology in the U.S.? Like most complementary therapies in the U.S., it's probably regulated differently than in Taiwan. Reflexology is not regulated on the federal or national level. Our recently enacted national healthcare laws deal mostly with the availability of conventional private medical insurance coverage that does not include complementary therapies. Those must be paid out of pocket. The reason for this is that the American Medical Association owns the billing codes under which the cost of medical services are reimbursed, and they do not provide codes for complementary therapies. Now, the U.S. is a huge country, and Taiwan is the size of 2 of our smallest states combined on the East Coast. Since we're not regulated on the federal or national level, then we would be regulated by state law, and we have 50 states. Or it could be that we're regulated by the cities, which we have almost 20,000 cities across the U.S., or it could be in smaller communities on the county level, and we have 3,300 counties across the U.S. As you can understand, passing regulations is a time-consuming and expensive process because it has to be done on each level at the least, and that would be 50 states. To address not only the health and well-being of individuals, but also the society as a whole, with an emphasis on government policies and licensing laws enacted to achieve this goal, is a huge undertaking and not something accomplished quickly. Reflexologists face other challenges too. Touching the body is considered massage, and massage, therefore, controls the practice of reflexology often. Just as TCM is a broad category for many therapies, instead of using the word massage, I prefer the term somatic practice to be the umbrella word for the 200 complementary non-massage therapies. But our lawmakers, who are mostly attorneys, want things simple and believe all touch is massage. They also don't understand the concept of energy. Therefore, legally, we may work only in the stress reduction or relaxation model. Why the stress reduction or relaxation model? Because it's the only legal way we could practice. Otherwise, you could be accused of practicing medicine without a license. Now, the medical field admits most illness stems from stress, and they aren't doing much to integrate stress reduction in their treatment plans, aside from drugs. Now, reflexology addresses stress, whether that's the result of a trauma, overuse, or could be of a psychological nature, or disease itself. The relaxation response as a primary benefit may lead to or contribute to the healing of a variety of conditions, including the reduction of pain, while it adds to a person's quality of life. As a practitioner, I have found reflexology affects all levels of the human being, integrating the physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual aspect by interrupting the patterns of stress. So, only being able to legally practice in the stress reduction or relaxation model, in my estimation, is not a bad thing. Now, I visualize the levels of the body as being layered on top of each other and congruent. Stress pulls them out of alignment. However, with the stress reduction through the relaxation process, the layers become congruent again, helping the body to restore balance to itself. So there's a lot of healing that could go on in that stress reduction model. And I always say, if conventional medicine knew how powerful it was, they wouldn't even let us do that. Is reflexology massage? No. Reflexology works primarily with reflexes, affecting the body from the inside out, stimulating the organs and glands, while massage therapy works from the outside into the body through the skin and the musculature. While reflexology and massage have touch in common, they are distinct therapies. One would not place, for example, a plastic surgeon and an esthetician who performs facials in the same category, while both technically perform cosmetic services. They are distinct professions, so are reflexology and massage. Reflexology has its own history, theories, techniques, vocabulary, scope of practice, outcome, and research studies and educational programs, thus deserving recognition as an independent profession. What's the importance of Father Joseph's reflexology method? The Father Joseph Reflexology Method training course is recognized within the field globally thanks to the pioneering and tireless effort of Father Joseph to bring its healing powers to the world as an inexpensive therapy practiced by community-trained lay healthcare workers or as a self-help tool. Here in Taiwan, FJM has discuss the combination of reflexology therapy and the nursing profession at frequent meetings. Now, I said nursing profession because that's where I believe it belongs, not under massage. The American Reflexology Certification Board and legislation. America is unique in the world by having the only non-governmental certification program working to establish licensing laws for reflexology. The American Reflexology Certification Board, or ARCB, is a non-governmental organization. It's unbiased examining body. It's independent of any school, method, or philosophy, and its focus is on the practitioner, not the teacher. As an unbiased testing agency, it accepts students from all educational programs with a minimum of 110 in-class hours of reflexology training to sit for the psychometrically developed exam. All applicants receive a study guide based on what is common knowledge across the U.S. so that all candidates have equal access to the same information over which they are tested. ARCB is not a membership association. You cannot join ARCB. Only after you've passed the 3-part rigorous exam, which includes 300 questions written covering anatomy and physiology and reflexology, then worked on the proctor to demonstrate proper techniques, and submitted 10 case studies, you become a certificate. ARCB is not an educational program. It tests the outcome of education. ARCB does not approve curriculum, nor does it approve or recommend teachers. National certification is a voluntary program beyond the reflexologist's initial education and is the highest standard reflexologists aspire to who desire to practice professionally. Is the typical reflexologist. She's 56 years old, a Caucasian female, practices in a suburb. It's for her, reflexology is a midlife career change, and she's self-employed in reflexology, usually as a single business owner. She practices part-time, seeing maybe 10 clients a week in a private office or clinic or in her home. Now, continuing with who is the typical U.S. reflexologist, she also has a 4-year college degree, brings to reflexology lots of life experience that she can share with her clients, graduated from a reflexology training program of 200 hours. She works on the feet, hands, and occasionally on the outer ears. She's not a psychotherapist, but she does engage in active listening, and she gives clients homework between sessions. She refers clients to other healthcare providers when applicable. What's the role of national certification in ARCB? Since 1991, ARCB acts as a responsible organization that lawmakers may point to as protecting public safety without expense to the government. So it provides oversight to the government and protects public safety. Over the years, ARCB has been instrumental in the passage of 5 state reflexology laws. That means we only have 45 more to go. It's gained 32 exemptions from state massage laws, and today several states have bills pending in their current legislative sessions that will require ARCB certification as a prerequisite for licensing or to obtain an exemption from massage. ARCB brings credibility to the profession by establishing practitioner standards, while practitioner standards also works to safeguard the right of reflexologists to practice as a separate therapy and the public's right to access and receive reflexology. So it also promotes reflexology and its certificates. What does the future hold for reflexology? That's a big question. Do not be deceived by the simplicity of application. Reflexology has much to contribute to society's health and the prevention of disease. It changes lives. As a health service, it is a sustainable therapy because it does not require expensive, high-tech equipment, nor is there any danger to the public. Reflexology can benefit everyone, regardless of who the clients are or where they may be in their life's journey from birth to death. At its heart lies the fundamental respect for human dignity, the physical and mental needs of the client, while it addresses the energetic aspect of each individual. Reflexology deserves to be recognized by the government as a separate profession and be available to all citizens. With expanded education and legislation, reflexology has the ability to take its rightful place in the nursing field as a clinical practice or as a self-help tool assisting people to better health. I strongly suggest the Taiwanese government not consider licensing reflexology under the leisure industry or as a personal beauty service. The effects of reflexology are not to be confused with pampering oneself, but with the dynamic health benefits it offers. The field of reflexology can only have a role in setting standards and shaping health policies if invited to sit at the table along with other healthcare professions. With that in mind, the world of reflexology looks forward to the beneficial development of Taiwan's effective healthcare policies as leading the way in this endeavor and the world. Thank you. If you have any questions and you would like to email me at christinecissel@gmail.com, I'll be glad to answer them for you. Thank you again.
It's really open-minded for our reflexology world. So thank you very much, Christine Cissel. Next, there's a very important person, Leila Erickson. Leila Erickson is the initiator of reflexology science, consultant of reflexologists, and CAM. Leila has over 30 years of experience in treatment in complementary and alternative medicine, CAM. Leila has been a pioneer in national and international research and close relationship with FCB, the Danish Association for Cancer Children. Leila about to lead us on opportunities and challenges of reflexology in Denmark and worldwide, and the invitations from CAM Knowledge Portal. In the field of reflexology science, let us create evidence together. Ladies and gentlemen, Leila Erickson.
Okay, now we're going to start. It's Leila and me. One-on-one, we're going to tell you a little bit about 3 different subjects. Hope you will all sit back now and enjoy the presentation. First, Leila will start telling you about CAM, how it's structured in Denmark. Okay, now we're going to start. It's Leila and me. One-on-one, we're going to tell you a little bit about 3 different subjects. Hope you will all sit back now and enjoy the presentation. First, Leila will start telling you about CAM, how it's structured in Denmark. Then I will tell you a bit more about the CAM portal. And then in the end, we're going to talk about case reports and how that helps with getting to research. Now, Leila, I give you the word in the presentation to tell more about the CAM therapies, which are very common and advanced in Scandinavia and Denmark.
So very short, I can say I have been a reflexologist by myself for 30 years in Denmark. I have have 2 clinics nearby Copenhagen and have been work together with associations from all over the world. Have had this experience, fantastic, amazing Lyme journey to participate in more than 40 conferences around the world regarding to research and things like that. So we want to invite you to be a part of this journey, do it very shortly. In Denmark, I know that Taiwan, to know a country like Denmark, whereas Denmark is in the top of Scandinavia, but therefore we have this picture so you can see we have cooperation together with Scandinavian countries. We have what we call NRN, the Nordic Reflexology Network. which was established many years ago regarding to ICR, International Council on Reflexology Conference, and work with research, education, cooperation in the Scandinavian countries. And we had just had a meeting just a few days ago to follow up of our yearly meetings in the Scandinavian countries. And then also to take you in here, that I can say in Denmark, we are a small country. We have a culture that's maybe different from other countries around the world. We are a small country with only 5.8 million citizens. But what we succeeded was by starting doing research in reflexology 25 years ago. One of the first projects I was involved with was about writing about colic children, with a big success that actually was published in a medical journal, which meant that today we in Denmark treat quite a lot of many small children in our clinics, and also where it can be doctors and nurses are referred to go to reflexology, because we have some really good results and publics about this. We also make a worldwide study years ago about headache, with very interesting research that was presented in International Council of Reflexology conferences and national conferences around the world. Since 2004, it has been possible to be a registered practitioner in Denmark, and it is right now, it can change a little bit, but as it is for now, around 24 RAP camp organization, with reflexologists, acupuncturists, healing, whatever, is followed by the Danish appointment. And therefore, it's in Denmark possible to have your reflexology and acupuncture treatments paid by your insurance company if you are going to a registered reflexologist. And to be a Danish reflexologist registered, you have almost the same education as a Danish nurse with this background that is putting on here. So this is some of my background for working with this project, with experience from this amazing work for almost 30 years. In the European level, we have Reflexology in Europe network. That is organization that's member of this network, and they have annual meeting every year talking about education, research, healthcare things, and so on. And at the moment, it has around 26 member organizations from 19 European countries. We just have a conference in Rhine, which was taking place as everything else, as well as the Taiwan conference for us here online due to COVID-19. Then we have, on the worldwide, we have the International Council of Reflexologists. And you can see the mission of ASIA is to fulfill needs of reflexology professionals by providing a global forum for exchange of ideas, information by organization, international conference, and social media. And at the moment, as very new, ASIA now have 56 coordinators represented from around the world, which make it amazing for us in the project that we're talking about here to go on with. One of the backgrounds regarding to case reports, it's a long story, but one of my life journey has been to have the fantastic possibilities to work very close with NAFCAM in Norway, which have a register about exceptional case reports. The register have collecting those information during 15 years, and more than 550 very interesting case stories is possible to go in and read and learn more about. So I really can recommend to go into NAFCAM's webpage and read more about this amazing university in the north of Norway. So I will give on the words to you, Justice, because you are the one that I've been working with in COVID-19 situation. I was in Alaska, you phoned me, and we two have a talk about some experience regarding to research. And we have this talk about making a worldwide portal for camp therapists to join in. So I would love to give the words to you so you can tell more about your ideas and what we have been working with during COVID-19.
Thank you so much, Laila. Yeah, it's been a great journey. Yeah? We met accidentally. I was doing some research on physiotherapy and neuroscience. And then I was looking for somebody in reflexology who was knowing more about reflexology research. And then we got each other on the phone. And yeah, then we met in Denmark. And then we said, no, we really need to set up a portal and try to bring all those people who are doing all those good camp therapies all around the world together. And yeah, let's go for it. There's been fear and doubt. We also get like people asking things about GDPR and can you do it? And but in the meantime, we got quite far. We work on a Microsoft platform. We're putting things together. We're programming. We're talking to the community, and basically, we're getting it done. I expect in January 2022 that the portal can go live, and then the next thing would be to also include the people, our customers around the world, to bring them and let them know what kind of therapy is good for them. But that's a story we're working on, and we can come with a good presentation later. For now, I want to say to all of you, we are original people. We do original things, and together we try to look for better options. And I think one of the better options is coming together and work together in one portal, register the information so we can get good research, proof, and tell it to the world that more people can benefit from CAM therapies. I'm just going to give you a quick insight. What's important for the therapists when they start using the portal in the future? We said it has to be a tool that therapists can use every day and that they feel like it also helps in the day-to-day work in the clinic. So most of the therapists are already recording details when the patient comes, so the next time the patient comes back, so that they know what they've been talking about, what they've done in the therapy. That will always be very private. The therapist can only see those details. Then, at the end of a therapy, when it's interesting and it's reproducible, so it can be used by other therapists, then it can be shared in the community. In the background, the portal can put all those anonymized details about therapies together and start generating empirical evidence. And then the last step is that we as a community say, okay, this is really good. Now we can look at getting scientific research. And then you see it, the dart in the bullseye, that's where we want to get. It cannot be done with every therapy, but we think for a lot of therapies, we can get there. We did a survey, and from the survey, we saw that almost more than 2/3 of all the CAM therapists are using a pen and paper to fill their therapy notes. And then there's about 11%, so that makes altogether almost 80% of all the people, they use standard tools. And there's a small group of people that use a specific tool, and that's in Denmark, of course, because Denmark is very advanced in CAM therapies, that have a specific tool to register medical details. What we want to do is recording on symptoms, on disease, and do it in a simple way that you can just rate how good or how bad it is. And then in the end, you can save it, and when a patient comes back, you can come back, and then from the next visit, you can start recording the details again. And that details can only be seen by the practitioner. It's from the MyMop form, which is also in the right corner with the PDF, which is being used a lot on paper. What we've done basically is build it on the portal. Now, all those details, if you do it one-on-one and everybody's on his own, it's never going to be like that we can learn from each other. That's why we want to do it in a closed web community. That means that you can only enter the community when you are a member. So when you're a therapist, you can start discussing, setting up seminars, do coaching, find education. All those things will be possible in the future on the web community. You can make a huge difference by joining, because then we get together and we can learn from each other. We need to share those ideas. We make things easy. Writing case reports will be easy, sharing the information, and it doesn't matter where you are in the world. That's the idea behind the healthcare portal. It's going to be changed. That's going to make it happen to further develop CAM therapies. I see that I quickly have to put on my my battery, otherwise, okay, I'm plugged in again. Now, case reports, that's what we want to use for research. So we want to share discoveries and rare observations. We want to put extra attention to disorders which are rare, and we want to group them so that we know, okay, for this group with these specific disorders, there are treatments. We want to find the treatments that were not described before. Then we want to discuss those different methods. And then in the end, we want to prove it that the therapies are working, and it becomes a mechanism for education. That's what we can do with the portal. Now, how are we going to build the evidence? If somebody does a first therapy and registers on the portal, then we don't give it a qualification. When there are 5 to 10 therapies all over the world, we can see in the data, hey, these people are doing the same things. And at the end, we will ask them, is this reproducible? This good results that you have with your therapy? If the answer is yes, then we say, okay, this is going to be a level 1. So everybody can select the therapies and they can see, oh, this is a level 1. There's more therapies working on it. It's not completely empirical supported, but it's coming. And then when we go over the 25, then we say it's confirmed by other therapists as well. Then we say it's a level 2. It's going to be possibly efficacious. And then we take it up. Those level 2s therapies, we take it up, and then we write a protocol and we give it to the senior therapists. We ask them, can you please also test this first? Is the protocol good? Does it work? And if the answer is yes, we say it's a level 3. And from those level 3s, we can start selecting therapies and bring them on for scientific research and proof. And that will be the last stage. When there's scientific proof, we say it's a level 4. So the community can now learn from each other and also have an idea how far in the process is this therapy with being proved and being good to communicate to the people all around the world. So in the end, the community, including you as a therapist, we will all benefit from the results of the portal. Okay, Laila, I'm going to give the word back to you. Maybe you can explain more about the templates that you developed, and you know all about writing case reports.
No, I definitely don't know all about it, but I have the experience of how important it is to have case reports and doing case reports. And by my life journey in Denmark, in Scandinavia, and worldwide, I can see that every schools have their own way of doing it. So therefore, to use the same guidelines, and now with the technical possibilities to use that, that's very important. And not to go into details here, but it's simply, if people are reading about case reports, Parkinson 1817, many years ago, 1980s, 1915. It's when people talk about research, they think, okay, it has to be huge research with doctors, medical, randomized, gold standard, and so on. But to do case report is something everybody can do if they are using the same guidelines, and that's what we're trying to do here by making this portal and come with information why this is important for students and for reflexology, acupuncturists, CAM therapists, no matter how many years of experience they have. So this is just a very small example of how you can do it very easy. So if you want to have abstract recognized for presentation at REACH conferences, it's also some of the same kind of headlines that you have, as well as if you drive in a car in Denmark, you do it in the right side. If it's in UK, you do it in the left side. So it's to have some guidelines that we follow, and by the way, then can have it published in scientific journals. So this is just a very recent study taking place in Denmark that we have run in a school in Denmark have run with students. We have another slides, just as I think.
Yeah, we got the last one. Yep.
Yes. And it's very simple. But by following simply guidelines, it can show a huge difference. So this was just, but very important. 14 reflexology students, 14 clients in a school. In part of their education, they put in a scale from 1 to 10. And the results was really amazing. So to do so very simple things, but do it in the right way, can make it possible to go further on for huge research studies. So therefore, it's so important that not only reflexologists, but all CAM therapists learn about some of those basic things in their education in the future, and have this amazing tool to use a community, a CAM community, to share the information. So what you can do is to help us by putting in, we have a questionnaire to get your reaction. What would you like? What are we going to do? It's your portal as CAM practitioner, as researchers, as teachers, wherever you are in the world, that we design this CAM portal in a way that will be beneficial for better health, no matter where in the world we are.
Yeah, we came to the last photo from the Buddha, so it means that we are going back to relaxation. We're almost done. We want to thank you very much for your attendance. We're doing this with a small group of people. We put a lot of time in it because we believe in what we're doing. Just a few crazy people who want to change the world. We really hope that you will come in and help us. We got Suna and Arnoud helping us with the communication. Rinaldo and Martin are also developing with us. It's me and Laila doing the management. Feel free, if you have questions about the portal, you can email me, jpeek@hotmail.com. If you have questions about case reports, reflexology, the worldwide community, the organizations, then please contact Laila. We want to thank you for your attention. We're really grateful that you are all here today. Laila.
Thank you so much for having this opportunity. And please be in touch with us and the same way around. So what we're doing now is that we have this amazing opportunity to present this idea at the upcoming International Congress in CAM Therapy, which is taking place in in London, but online in November. So you can follow, and we really recommend that you sign in and join and see what's going on around the world in this amazing community regarding to CAM research.
Yeah, we will be one of the 130 presentations, and yeah, we're really happy because that means that our initiative is being taken serious worldwide. We earlier already did presentations for REAM, the yearly congress, and the annual meeting with ICR. Yeah, we also got groups that we regularly update. So if you want to join us for that, please send us an email. Then we put you on the list from our. Yeah, most of the time we do it once in the 3 months. We have a quarter meeting and we tell everyone about our progress. Send me or Lila email. We put you on the list for the Zoom presentations. And you can also read more from us on the facebook.com CAM Knowledge Portal. Please join in, like what we're doing. And yeah, there's also the questionnaire. So we're very happy that you are here today.
So thank you very much.
Thank you
for joining in.
Lovely gentleman who instruct us very clearly and briefly how the CAM portal works, and he managed the CAM portal. Many thanks from Taiwan to Pike and Leila. And Pike is from Netherlands. Okay, Pike, we love you very much. Are you online? See?
Thank you for those wonderful keynotes. And next, we will move on to questions and answers. And Dr. Esso and Dr. Erickson are online with us. Of course, Pike. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Esso, are you with us?
Yes, good morning.
Okay. Okay, here are some questions for our speakers. I will read them one by one. As we only have 10 minutes, I have to limit the number of questions. Okay, thank you for your understanding. So here's the first one. The first one is for Dr. Erickson. In Denmark, we know you use reflexology for, do you use reflexology for the acute stage or the recovery stage of COVID? Why do you make that choice? Okay, doctor, you have the floor.
And so on. So it's not to say we do this because that is how it is. And definitely also for all over the world, COVID-19 has just rushed into all of our life. We are experienced about it in many, many ways. But what we did, as we also told in the presentation, have made a small pilot study in a school with 14 clients and students who had really, really good results by having reflexology after they have had COVID-19. But I'm sure that people are getting reflexology home and so on when they have COVID-19, but we don't know anything about it yet. So that's why it's so important we start to collect this information and do case reports so we learn more about how the effect and beneficial is about reflexology with COVID-19.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Erickson. Okay, how about Mr. Pike? Would you like to share something?
Yeah, I'm very happy to attend today. And yeah, we are trying to build a system which takes time, and yeah, we are very busy with it already for 2 years, and yeah, we hope that everyone will come and join, and that will be a system that people like to use, that it's not too difficult, and all those things that are coming together in designing and building. Yeah, we're busy with it at the moment.
Okay, let's move on to the second question. The second question is for Dr. Yeso. Dr. Yeso, how does the American Reflexology Certification Board ensure the quality and the efficacy of your practitioners? Dr. Yeso?
Okay, that's a really complex question to answer very briefly. And I actually have written something to Sophie Lin, and it's in the file. So Sophie, if you can give that out to people who would like the answer to that question. But very briefly, the candidate has to pass a 300 written question test, and then they also have to physically work on the proctor. And we'll be testing that they know reflex location, that they can actually apply reflexology. And it's not that they have to apply it. Every school has a different way of doing things, but we can determine that they actually know where the reflex is and that they can work it effectively. Now, if they could work it effectively standing on their head, that would be okay with us. But they do have to work it effectively, and then they have to send in their case reports. And once they've passed all that, and it takes anywhere from a year to a year and a half, usually, to complete the process, they become a certificant, not a member. And we can only verify when they test that they know the information. Once they're in private practice, we have no control over that. That's the bottom line. But the certificant does agree to practice by a code of ethics and business standards, and if they don't, then it's a possibility after a grievance process has been completed that they could be decertified if we found that they're not in compliance with the code of ethics and business standards. So if I don't want to take any more time because, as I said, it's really complex, but you can email me and I can send you that information.
Thank you, Dr. Excel. So the next question is for our Father Joseph. Okay, could you share your key experiences from promoting foot reflexology in Taiwan?
First, I want to express my joy that we can join the whole world concerning reflexology. Europe, the United States, and of course, Taiwan. When I started doing reflexology, working on people's feet, the bishop told me, don't do that. Don't work on people's feet. We have hospitals and we have doctors. That was what he told me, but I didn't obey, you know. I was not a very obedient priest. Because I realized that so many cases the medical field couldn't help, like cerebral palsy, like stroke clients. More and more I realized that reflexology has much a faster field of service than the medical field. That was my first impression. Later on, since I got my health back through reflexology, I started to work on people, and some people started to learn the method, and they shared with me, since I do reflexology, my whole family is healthy. That's a wonderful answer, isn't it? So I hope that we will continue share this method with as many people as possible. If it works from person to person, maybe it's much faster. Unless if it works in a group. Hopefully, our meeting today will encourage us to continue to work on each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And we are honored to have Dr. Tsai to conclude the meeting. Welcome, Dr. Tsai.
Okay, thanks all our three speakers for their excellent presentation. And I hope all you enjoy the feast of reflexology and holistic care. Here is what we plan to do next. First, we will be advocating holistic care and plan to incorporate reflexology into the curriculum for continuing nursing education. Second, we will launch a new trainer program on holistic care and reflexology. Third, we will continue to support in evidence-based research in holistic care and reflexology and connect with international networks in reflexology to protect and invest in the health of people and nurses. I hope all you have a good health and happiness in life. Thank you for your attention and thank you for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give our speakers a big hand. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you have enjoyed the presentations and the discussion. The lunch break is about to start. Please follow our staff to the designated dining areas. And we have published a book about food reflexology. If you wish to receive a copy one, please get yourself a copy over there. And if you have further questions or would like to share your valuable experience, we will remain here till 12:30. Thank you.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Parallel Session 2 of the 2021 Global Health and Welfare Forum in Taiwan. Our session will start in about 3 minutes. Please take your seat and turn off your cell phone or set it to silent mode and keep your mask on at all times. I would also like to remind you that this session will start at 2 p.m. and end at 3:30 p.m. without a coffee break. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in this parallel session on precision epidemic control of COVID-19, hosted by the Taiwan Centers for Disease Control, we are honored to have Dr. Zhihao Zhou, the Director General of Taiwan CDC, as our moderator for this parallel session. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Zhou.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending this parallel setting. In past 2 years, COVID-19 has wreaked havoc around the world, put medical and health systems in countries under tremendous pressures. Today, we have invited speakers from Taiwan and the United Kingdom to share experience on how to combat COVID-19 through a precision epidemic protocol. Our first speaker today, Mr. Hongwei Jian, is the Director General of the Department of Cybersecurity of Executive Yuan. He is also the Chief of Information Management Section in Taiwan COVID-19 Central Epidemic Control Center. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Taiwan has applied relevant information technology tool to our response and established different systems to assist in the implementation of control measures. Mr. Jian has played a key role in promoting those systems and policies. Now, let us welcome Mr. Jian. he will talk about the application of IT in fighting COVID-19 in Taiwan. Dr. Chen, please.
Good afternoon, and welcome everybody to be here. It's Sunday, and we are gathered together to discuss. In my session, I would like to talk about how do we use the information technology in preventing the spread of the pandemic of COVID-19. And because Taiwan is a technology, Taiwan is very good in using the technology to solve the problem. So I will describe from this year, how do we use IT? How do we help our citizens to prevent themselves? Also, how do we make a trade-off between the privacy protection and the pandemic prevention? Okay. This is a brief function of our smart pandemic prevention system. And in the beginning, we are trying to solve the problem. So all of those systems are not built in the beginning. When we face a situation, and then we develop the system to help, to assist. So till now, the whole system can be divided into two main categories. The first one is the pandemic control, from the border control to isolation and quarantine, and then to the daily living. And the second is the pandemic prevention, including the vaccine, including the mask, and including the the monitoring system, and also including the social contact tracing. So all of those are accumulated. We try to solve the problem. We try to use the technology to help the center and also to help our society. So in the following 30 minutes, I will describe some of this. For the border quarantine, that is starting from last February, before our traditional New Year. We find out there is COVID-19 and spread from mainland China. So in this case, how do we protect our border? How do we help our citizens come back from the other country? And how do we help them to do the home isolation and home quarantine? So we develop our border quarantine function, starting from the quarantine system for entry. So we developed the QR code system to help our citizens. They even can fill out the health declaration form before they are boarding the flight. And they can fill out all of those basic information. And after they fill out all of those information, when they arrive in Taiwan, we connect the information from different agencies together, and then we transfer all of those information into another system to guarantee the civil, the first line officer and the healthcare officer, they can help our citizens and they can do the caring function. So that is to the tracing system. So all of those information were put into the database. And then after our citizens arrive at home, and then we start our digital fencing system. We don't ask our citizens to install any mobile app, no. We don't trace their GPS, no. We only use the signal from the cell-based station. So based on this, we make a balance between the privacy protection and also the tracing function together. And during the isolation period, that means the 14 days, we use this digital fencing to help our citizens can stay at home. And during those 14 days period, we cooperate with the line company and deliver the healthcare information to our citizens when they are doing the home isolation. And after the end of isolation, all of those information will be removed, will delete totally. No one can retrieve again. So we guarantee to our citizens, we guarantee to our Congress that all the information only collect during this period. So that finally is some detailed description of the system. For the quarantine system, there is three major functions. The first one is the health declaration. I mean, the citizen, the traveler, they must fill out the health situation. And before we use the IT system, everything should be handwriting. And then some people's operator need to type all of those information into the system. But because everybody has a different writing style, so it's very difficult to recognize. And also there's a lot of error during that time. So, so far as I remember, before we use this IT system, the information from the border control into the system, it will take about 3 to 4 days to transfer from handwriting into the system and make it and guarantee it is accurate. And after we use this system, it only takes minutes because all of those information will be filled out before our citizen board the flight, and all the information will put into the system. And the second function is the data verification. Before we use this system, all the data accuracy will be verified by people. So they have to connect to another system to check does this address is correct or not. And also they need to verify that this people is the same flight or not. And also have to verify the number of the passport. So it takes a lot of time. And the final function is the data accuracy. And before the system is very hard to identify. So after we develop this system, we can solve all of those functions, and we can solve all those problems. And we have put this system online only for 2 weeks. So we developed the whole system, we developed the QR code, and we spent 2 weeks, and then we can get everything online. And this is the QR code in the airport, and also this is the screenshot of the system. So we use the phone-based system, and everything is verified automatically. We connect to the different system to check automatically. We don't need a human to interfere. And so we can achieve the higher accuracy. So this is a quarantine system for the entry. And the second is the system. After our citizen has arrived in Taiwan, and then after they fill out all of those information, we will put it into the system. Before we use this IT system, all of those information must be collected and typed into the system and transferred to the back end. And also for this system, there's 3 processes. The first one is a case assigning. That means when the citizen has arrived at the place for home isolation, and we need a civil officer, the civil servant, to contact with this citizen. We also need a healthcare officer to contact with the citizen. If the citizen is not stay at the place, and then the police department also need to contact with the citizen. So before we have this citizen, the first step, before we have this system, we have to use the manual assigning the citizen to these 3 different type of officer, and then they can contact with the citizen. And the second function is health monitoring. Also, before we use the system, everything must be manual. And I mean, they must writing and send back. And the cross-organization communication is very slow before we use this system. And after we develop this system, you can see everything is automatically. So when they arrive in the border, and when we verify the information is correct, and then everything is put into the system like this. Every information is there. And then for the record, for all the record keeping, it is via the system. So we don't need to use the menu, the people to check again. And also if the citizen has a register for different address, before we use this system, it costs a lot of time to transfer from one area to the other area. But after we develop the system, everything can be done immediately. So after we finish these two systems, and the time from the citizen arriving in border and to the home isolation place, and the civil servant contact with them, before we use this system, it takes about 19 hours to make sure this citizen is in the right place. But after we develop this system, it only took about 4.5 hours. So it saved lots of time. And right now we have improved this time to less than that, because we can predict the place from the airport to the home isolation area, and then we can estimate the time more accurately. So this is this two function can save lots of time to locate the citizen. And after after the people has arrived at the place for home quarantine or home isolation, and then we connect the information to this digital fencing system. That means we use the signal from the cell station to locate the mobile phone. And we ask the people must carry their mobile phone together. So we can see this. We can see there is a red circle. This is the scope, the area of the home quarantine or the home isolation area. So if the citizen, they go outside of this area, and then our system will send alert to the police department, to the civil servant department, to the healthcare department. And then if after 10 minutes, the citizen still not go back to this area, we will send again. And then the police department and the civil servant will go to find out the citizen. So we use this way to help our citizen can stay at their home. And this is the screenshot that each county can see. For each county or each city, they can only see their area. And in our center, the CECC, we can see the whole nation and the distribution of the people who are in home isolation and home quarantine. So that is our method for digital fencing. And also we cooperate with the line company to help to do the healthcare assistance. And it is a totally free service. And even after a few months, the line also provide the free game and free TV to our citizens. So if you want to use these services, it is totally volunteer, and you can choose to use or not. And if you want to use this, you need to set up your personal information, and then you can use this service to reply some push message and also to report the health status. So, and you can see, we will show the countdown from 14 days to the final day to interact with our citizens and to help them can stay at home during these 14 days. So this is the line bot. And for last year, especially for last May, because the COVID-19 is, the situation of COVID-19 is better, and lots of our citizens want to go to travel around the island, but we are afraid that this will make the outbreak of COVID-19. So we cooperate with the Highway Bureau to set up this crowd monitoring system. You can see for each green light, it is a base station. And we use this system to estimate for each station how many signals in this station. That means how many people in this area. And we also have choose the top 10 location have lots of people. And from here, you can see for each different city or county. So we use this to help each city and the police department to see if there are too many people located in the same place. And this is an example. This is in the southern Taiwan, the Kending area. Before we developed this system, the local police department and local city government, they can only know there's lots of people in this area, and they don't know what is the distribution inside of this area. So after we developed this system, we help them to identify each point, each location. For example, like this small one, this is in this area. You can see there has 7 points, but only 1 point has lots of people, and the other 6 is very, sparse, not many people there. So in this case, you can still let the tourists come to this area, but the only thing you need to do is to direct the people not to gather in this point. You can direct them to the other place. So it is a win-win situation. For the government, we don't want the people to gather together, too crowded. But for our citizens, they can still go to this place for travel. So that is our way to do the balance in this period of time. And this is another function to help our citizens after they have vaccination. And if you have a vaccine, and then you can register and you can report back the situation, and you can help to do yourself the health monitoring. And if there is something wrong, you can report back. All of this information will connect to the CECC, so we can have this statistic, and also we can know what's going on for our citizen who has a vaccination. And this is another function we have is for the Taiwan social distance. This one is very interesting. And we developed this function in last May. At that time, Google and Apple, they just announced the standard of the contact tracing. But we have our way. We follow all the regulation. We don't store any privacy information from the users. And in last May, in the beginning, we tried to use this to our citizens because at that time, we believe we can use this function to trace our citizen, to help our citizen to know who he has a contact with. And, but at that time, our society said, no, we don't want to use these services. They believe the privacy protection is much more important. So our whole society said no to this application. So we don't put this online. But we open source this one to all the other countries. Everyone who wants to use the source code of this system, they can use it. It's totally free. But till this year, because of the outbreak of this year in the Wanhua area. Our citizens said, they should use this. So at that time, not by the government, it's by our society. They volunteer to use this one. They volunteer to install this one. So I remember I have 40 minutes, right? Yeah, because they said my time is up. Okay, and until now, there's about 7 million people has installed this application. It's totally volunteer-based, and there's about 1/10 of the people has uploaded the information of this system. We guarantee there's no any privacy information. There has no any information upload which can recognize the individual of this system. And this is the statistic of this application. And you can see most of people has download, and there's more than 7 million download for this application till 12th of October. And this is the upload for the people who have installed this application. And you can see that because the confirmed case is not a lot in Taiwan, so not many people has uploaded. But there's some successful story that the people who have installed this application, he went to the other country for travel, and he received the alert, said that he has with some people who has confirmed. So this one is really help. And our whole society like to use this one because it can be a balance between the privacy protection and the COVID-19 prevention. And not only for this, we also have developed 1922 contact tracing text message services. And for this one, we developed a QR code system. If you go to any convenience store or public place, you need to scan this QR code. And all of those QR code is stored in different area. No one has all of those information. And the first line officer, if they need to do the investigation of the confirmed case, they can check, they can use the contact tracing assistant platform to see the phone or the place has a confirmed case. And also, we have provide another function to let a citizen check if their mobile phone has been queried by the office or not. And we want to make this more transparency. That is the way we are doing. And if there is some officer query the phone number from this system, and we have the record. So our citizen, they can use this function to check if there are some people query or not. This is my mobile phone. I query by myself. Yeah. So you can see this. It is our way to do this. We believe if we want to do the prevention of COVID-19, we need to cooperate. We need to work with our citizens together. And the most important part is we guarantee to protect their privacy. And also we need to earn the trust from our citizens. So this is the way we are doing. We provide this function. We open all of those functions to our citizens. So it is a part of transparency. So the citizen can challenge that if they think you should not query their information, and they can challenge the people who query. So this is our way to earn the trust from our citizens. And in this May, we have developed this contact tracing assisted platform. Because in this May, is an outbreak in Taiwan, and there's a lot of confirmed cases every day. And at that time, it is impossible to let our first line officer to do the manual investigation. So we developed this. We provide the tracking location map and the hotspot map to our government and to the local government. So for each local government, they can know where is the hotspot, and they can put the investigation station or the healthcare station in this hotspot. And also, if you need to know the track of confirmed case, they can use this one to trace, to know where he is going. And all of those information are record. I mean, everyone, we guarantee that the people can only query from their responsibility. No one can access all of those information. And this is the case I'd like to show you. This is in the May of this year. You can see there's a lot of cases in the northern Taiwan. I enlarged this area, so you can see the Taipei area and New Taipei area, and there's a lot of cases. And you can see there's some confirmed case. They travel to the other county. This is the highway. So you can see the track of each confirmed case, and you can see how they are moving. So this is May, and 1 month after, in the same area, all of those confirmed cases has reduced. And you can see the color is lighter. So we believe by using this function, we can help the local government and also the central government to know what is the situation of COVID-19, what is the outbreak of COVID-19, and what is the result of all of those, the function and all the procedure to stop the spread of COVID-19. And this is the detail of our system. And for each grid is about 100 to 100 meters. So you can see the detailed density of the confirmed case. So based on this, we can help our local government to make a decision for the prevention of COVID-19. And we have provided those function to all the local government. And this is the other function of this existing system. And this is a confirmed case. You can see the track of this confirmed case. And for this one, this confirmed case has traveled from northern Taiwan, almost all around the whole island. So based on this, for each local government, they can prepare, and they can have some procedure to stop the spread of the COVID-19. And this is for the track, and this is to show the hot zone of this confirmed case. And you can see all of this one has a go almost all around the island, but he stayed in these two areas a long time. And the third one is in the Kaohsiung area. So we use a different color to demonstrate the time of this confirmed case stay. So based on this, for some area, for some county, they know this confirmed case just passed through. They don't need to worry about that. But for this area, the governor, they must do something to help and to help their citizens to prevent. And the final function we have is about a vaccination registration and reservation platform. And this one have helped our citizens to register and then they can book the vaccination and to save lots of time. Okay, so I want to share with you that when we're using our IT technology in this COVID-19 prevention system, we always bear in mind that we must protect the privacy. So it is a privacy and disease control. It is a balance of this. For us, to protect the privacy is the most important part. We know if we develop the mobile app to collect the GPS information from our citizens, we can have a more precisely location of the confirmed case. But we said no, because we believe, even in this case, the privacy issue is much more important than that. So that is the way, finally, we decide we only use the signal from the mobile phone. We don't need to ask them to install everything. And we know this information is not so precisely, but we believe it is enough for our system. And we believe it is enough for us to prevent the spread of COVID-19. And the final one, the most important part is we cannot do this only by the government. So we cooperate with the private sector. We even have cooperate with some students from the university. They volunteer to translate all of the guidelines from Chinese to English, and they volunteer to set up a website to discuss, to share the information with the other country. And if they need any assistance or information, they come to us, and we pass the information to them, and then help us to cooperate with the other country together. So I believe IT approach is only one of the whole system, but the most important part is the cooperation between the government and the industry, and also the government and our whole society and our whole citizen. So that's my sharing of this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chen, for giving us a very clear picture on the application of IT in Taiwan COVID-19's control. Our next speaker, Dr. Jia-Bin Su, who is a medical officer at Taiwan Centers for Disease Control. He joined the Taiwan CDC in 2009, and he's an infectious disease attending physician. From 2015 to 2017, Dr. Su joined the EIS program of U.S. Center for Disease Control, and to learn more about the updated skill on the field epidemiologic investigation. During COVID-19, medical officer at Taiwan Center for Disease Control has played a key role in investigation into COVID-19 cases. Now, let's welcome Dr. Su, who will talk about the COVID-19 case investigation and contact tracing in Taiwan. Dr. Su, please.
So good afternoon. I'm Jia-Bin Su from Taiwan FETP and Taiwan Centers for Disease Control. First, I would like to thank the moderator for his kind introduction. My purpose today is to give you a brief summary of the COVID-19 case investigation and contact tracing in Taiwan. This is my disclaimer. The findings and the conclusion in this presentation should not be construed to represent any agency and determination or policy. In this talk, I will start with a brief review of COVID-19 in Taiwan and the whole process of case investigation and contact tracing. Then I will use an example to explain how we respond to COVID-19 cluster during the stage of community transmission and make the conclusion. This graph shows the number of COVID-19 confirmed cases by week of onset. As of October 14, 2021, there were over 16,000 of confirmed COVID-19 cases in Taiwan. Around 90% were locally acquired, and 10% were imported. The case fatality rate was around 5%. 51% of cases were male. This graph showed the age distribution of COVID-19 cases in Taiwan. It's worth noting that the median age of all confirmed cases were 50 years old. Over 31% of COVID-19 cases in Taiwan aged over 60 years. This chart showed the clinical presentations of COVID-19 in Taiwan. Around 80% of cases were asymptomatic or mild disease. 50% were pneumonia, and 3% developed ARDS. Before this May, there were many imported COVID-19 cases in Taiwan, and only sporadic locally acquired cases were found. The size of clusters were relatively small. Public health practitioners did thorough epidemiological investigation of each COVID-19 case. In Taiwan, once a confirmed case was found, public health practitioners will launch an epidemiological investigation immediately. The investigation traced to 14 days before the case onset of disease. Information such as travel history, contact history, social activities will be collected. In addition, public health practitioners will identify people who had contact with the case 3 days before the onset of symptoms until just prior to their isolation as close contact. Close contact are required to undergo home quarantine for 14 days from their last contact. If they have suspect symptoms during the period, public health practitioners will assist them in seeking medical care. We prevent further spread of COVID-19 by quickly identifying contact of confirmed cases through this protocol. In this stage, all confirmed COVID-19 cases were hospitalized for isolation. It needs 2 to 3 consecutive negative PCR results to discontinue isolation, so-called test-based strategy. It often needs 1 to 2 months. Comprehensive interviews were conducted by our public health practitioners to identify close contact since 14 days before disease onset for source determination and the contact identification. In this stage, all close contacts of confirmed cases were quarantined at home or isolation facilities for 14 days, including household contact or other contact with high contact intensity, for example, had meal together. All contacts underwent PCR test for several times before discontinued quarantine. All casual contacts were asked to self-monitor their health condition for 14 days. Public health practitioners were required to call contacts daily to confirm their health status. However, the number of cases increased sharply in this May. Since then, Taiwan had entered a community transmission stage. In this stage, there were many locally acquired cases without obvious infection source. In addition, large size of clusters happened in hospitals, long-term care facilities, and workplaces. In this stage, we had many challenges ahead at the beginning. First, due to a large number of newly confirmed cases, thorough epidemiological investigation was not feasible. Shortage of investigators and contact tracers were also noted. In addition, the health resources during the COVID-19 epidemic was also limited, including medical resources, large testing stations, PCR test capacity, and isolation facilities. In this stage, some confirmed cases with mild symptoms were isolated in isolation facilities, not hospitals. For example, hotels, dormitories, military bases. We use symptom-based strategy to discontinue isolation. They just have to isolate for 10 days if they didn't develop any symptoms. Some hospitals were emptied of patients to deal with severe COVID-19 patients. During the peak infection, some cases were asked to stay at home and self-care, follow the instructions shown in the right-hand side. In this stage, we didn't have enough contact tracers, so we asked confirmed cases to notify their close contact, follow the instruction shown in the right-hand side. We also use text messages to follow the health status of contact. We ask close contact to stay at home for 14 days and contact public health practitioners to get a test if they develop symptoms. This graph shows the number of close contacts at home quarantined by date. There were around 89,000 close contacts were identified, and 5% of them became confirmed COVID-19 cases later. You can see that during the peak infection, over 10,000 of close contacts per day were quarantined and monitored. Here, I would like to share our experience in responding a cluster in Yilan County as an example. A Taiwanese woman in her 30s was confirmed with COVID-19 on May 11th. She worked at a Galaxy Banquet in her Baijiale amusement arcade in Yilan County. This is an indoor, crowded place where customers stay for long periods. 2 FETP trainees and 1 supervisor were deployed to assist local health department for investigation and response. During the initial stage of case investigation, we interviewed the index case, then identified 35 close contacts, including her family members, co-workers, and frequent customers. All close contacts were quarantined and tested for COVID-19. 4 co-workers and 1 frequent customers were confirmed with COVID-19 later. All confirmed cases were hospitalized and interviewed by FETP members. Due to a large number of confirmed cases and contacts, the police department in Yilan County assists public health department with the investigation. They obtained a list of frequent customers and identify more contacts by reviewing surveillance camera. We sent out over 500 alerts to this contact via text messages shown in the right-hand side. The message said, "You have been to the high-risk area of COVID-19, so please wear a mask and seek medical attention if you develop symptoms." Due to increased risk in the community, we started enhanced community-based surveillance by providing free COVID-19 PCR tests for people with the text message, have been to the places where visited by confirmed cases, or with mild symptoms with suspicion of COVID-19. We also need to expand the local laboratory capacity, and all results have been available within 72 hours. Due to high demand of COVID-19 screening, we started to establish large COVID-19 testing stations to early identify patients. There were several key questions to consider during the whole process. For example, the location need to be safe and easily accessible. The traffic should be safety and effectively managed when entering. All equipment and infection control measures in this station are following the guidance. The large station need an operation team and need to establish governance and communication capacity. All samples need to be managed in a timely manner, so the expansion of local laboratory capacity is urgently needed. To engage the community, we meet with different stakeholders in the cluster to explain our response strategies for COVID-19, including school teachers, their parents, employees, employers, and community leaders. During the meeting, we explained our strategies and encouraged all community members to follow some simple rules. For example, wear masks, wash hands frequently, avoid unnecessary travel, and get a COVID test if necessary. Effective communications for COVID-19 in the epidemic is extremely important. During the response, not only Center Epidemic Command Center, but also Yilan County government held daily press conference. Several key messages were released, including number of new cases, number of cumulative cases, number of tested contacts, and the positive rate. Public health requirement. All questions from reporters were also answered publicly. This graph shows the number of locally acquired COVID-19 by week of onset in Yilan County. The number of confirmed cases decreased after the investigation and the response. Even now, we are still facing future challenges. For example, should we adopt zero COVID strategy or use living with COVID policy like other countries? In addition, there was a complex relationship between the number of cases and the speed of vaccination. Obviously, the speed of vaccination will be slow if the number of cases is low. The thorough case investigation and contact tracing process also raised the discussion of ethical consideration. After almost 2 years of pandemic, people are feeling demotivated about following government recommendation to protect infection. We call it pandemic fatigue. These measures have brought large economic impact. We need to learn this experience from other countries, and the international collaboration is urgently needed. Like this forum, it's a very important opportunity for us to learn. In conclusion, I believe that case investigation and contact tracing are cornerstones of COVID-19 response. This also shows the importance of first-line public health practitioners. The response strategies need to be flexible because the COVID-19 is a rapidly changing epidemic. I also learned that all partners in government can be mobilized to help public health practitioners to respond to the epidemic. For example, police, education, economy department, even labor department. Overall, community engagement is necessary throughout the whole process of response. We have to use different community scales to different settings. Thank you for your listening. During the COVID-19 pandemic, I hope everyone is staying safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Su, for giving us a very clear and detailed introduction of the case investigation and the contact tracing. Next, it's my great pleasure to introduce a speaker from the United Kingdom, Dr. Tom Fowler. Dr. Fowler is the Director of Public Health Testing at the NHS Test and Trace. He earned his PhD degree in 2003. Since then, he had held several positions in the United Kingdom government, including serving as a consultant at the Health Department of Health and Social Care and the Public Health England from 2011 to 2014, and the Deputy Chief Scientist of Genomic England from 2014 to 2020. In addition, for his contribution to public health, he has received the NIH England Chief Scientific Officer's Healthcare Science Award. Let's welcome Dr. Fowler, who is going to share with us the different testing technologies and the England's test of symptomatic and asymptomatic testings. Dr. Fowler, please.
Much. Thank you for that great introduction. I'd like to first off start by giving apologies for my colleague, Catherine Middlecoe, who was going to also join us, but has been unavoidably detained. So I'm going to start with her presentation and then work through sort of some of the different information that I have. We'll be mostly focusing on lateral flow devices, but I must say, having caught the end of the last speaker's presentation, I can see that many of the challenges that we have are very similar to the challenges that you have, particularly about testing fatigue and bringing in the entire population and workforce in helping to respond to COVID. So I'm going to try sharing my PowerPoint presentation, which hopefully should be working now. I will start with my colleague's slides and just give you some background about NHS Test and Trace. And hopefully, yes, great, it seems to be working. So, NHS Test and Trace sort of has delivered increased availability of speed of testing in identifying positive cases. It has, like you, had to support local authorities, so our local government and public health teams, including directors of public health, to identify localised outbreaks and effective local responses, and has built a new capability through the Joint Biosecurity Centre to provide evidence-based objective analysis and assessment. Now combined within the UK HSA, we are an integral part of the new public health system to tackle COVID-19, but also future threats locally, nationally and globally. In terms of the infrastructure created by NHS Test and Trace, I will touch on this in my presentation, but it includes testing laboratories, including our new mega lab that allows the high throughput of PCR testing of coronavirus, testing sites, a national network of sites that enables anyone with symptoms to rapidly test for coronavirus. So those meeting eligibility criteria can usually get results within 24 hours to 48 hours for their PCR testing. Testing sequencing, we've now sequenced over 1 million SARS-CoV-2 genomes across our labs to understand how the virus is evolving and support global efforts. And that has been, I think, a huge step forward. And then just reflecting the previous colleagues' comments about the need for contact tracing and self-isolation, while my background is testing and making the testing work in a way that is safe, effective and appropriate, of course, testing is only effective if it leads to a particular outcome, and that's stopping onward spread of infection. And therefore, our structures work through contact tracing, through dedicated teams, where we're currently reaching 85% of all nominated contacts and instructing them to isolate. And then also self-isolation, including ensuring that there is payment to those groups of people who are likely to be financially disadvantaged. Again, much as I'm sure is your experience, we have found that behaviour and behavioural insights are key to being able to address COVID-19 overall. Without people listening to our advice and doing what we say, then we won't actually stop onward infection. So in terms of a timeline, I've just been talking about the symptomatic testing, and when we first went into lockdown, symptomatic testing was sort of focused on workplace testing. In part, actually, that was to make sure that we were able to release people who had COVID-like symptoms to go back to work to keep key and critical infrastructure working. Then as our capacity increased, it moved more towards identifying chains of transmission and being able to stop those chains of transmission. As we worked through this, we also expanded the asymptomatic testing in workplaces, in NHS staff, in adult social care staff, which turned out to be a key area for us. And from early March, working with schools, universities, their households, workplaces where deemed appropriate, and implementing lateral flow testing. Post the 29th of March of this year, we had a single national offer available to the whole adult population of rapid lateral flow testing, as well as symptomatic testing. And we simplified this, sort of the test offering, to 3 options: testing at a test site, collect from an order point, or being ordered online and delivered to people's homes. This is an area I'm personally less familiar with, but in September 2020, we launched the NHS 19 app as another tool to help control COVID. And so this allowed us to connect much more closely with individuals in terms of both giving them key messages, identifying when they might have been in contact with a potential positive individual, checking symptoms, allowing them to order tests more easily. And since its launch, the app has been downloaded more than 28 million times. And over 7 million contact traces have been sent, advising people to self-isolate. So for us, I think a large impact from this. The future challenges are about how we continue to provide an effective service that will address the challenge of COVID, while also learning to live with it, and ramp down our services so that they are more effectively targeted, so that they have the biggest impact. So here you see some of the sort of major points that we want to achieve, which is protect, detect, prevent, respond, and lead on supporting increased capacity of controlling threats. And this is at the same time as recognising seasonal surges, so We are particularly planning around the winter period and also the challenge of other respiratory illnesses occurring at the same time. Waning immunity, a particular concern, of course, being variants of concern and therefore borders and how we identify that there are new variants of concern that may have vaccine escape. And this is a risk of vaccine evasive variants being I think, both an international concern, but also very much a local concern. So how we address that, and there I think the genomic sequencing work will remain absolutely key. And then, of course, world vaccination coverage. So those are my colleagues' slides, and I'm going to touch a bit more on the public health and clinical and scientific detail of the different aspects. So I actually only have one slide on symptomatic testing, and I just wanted to illustrate a number of points upon that to give you an idea of some of the challenges that we had. And then the rest of my focus is on our lateral flow device work, which I hope you will find also just as interesting. So when delivering a symptomatic test service, we had to think about how do we deliver the tests, or the sample collection kits rather, to the symptomatic individuals. Digital and logistical infrastructure that allowed this to happen not on a small scale, but on the scale of literally testing millions. How we built the lab infrastructure to deal with that, how we returned results, and then how contact tracing and self-isolation occurred. This was all done initially within a setting where the decision was specifically made to do this outside our healthcare system, our NHS system, because there was a recognition that that was under huge strain and that actually we needed to provide parallel testing. So this meant that in effect we were working with creating a workforce and an organisation that did mass diagnostic testing that was not healthcare trained. So this meant we had challenges around procurement and logistics. So how did we validate that the swabs and media combinations worked at different temperatures that would be effective within our systems? And that's particularly important in terms of self-test at home, where people had to collect the samples and then send them back to us. We had to consider infection control at sites. So how did we make this safe? How did we explain to people the PPE that was needed, but how did we build a system for large throughput that enabled people both who were symptomatic to safely come to those testing sites, both drive-through but also local drop-in centres, and how once they were there we could ensure that we weren't giving them coronavirus by turning out to being tested. How we enabled the non-healthcare staff to deliver all of this. And this was through a structure of clinical SOPs and clinical governance of a small team, including myself, essentially working to oversee around 20,000 individuals. And then, of course, the aspect, how do we appropriately message to people their results, reflecting that when they have a negative result, being a particular concern because they were symptomatic, that they may still be positive and no test was perfect, and challenges from that, and public confidence around giving a test result with no clinical or public health infrastructure to support further questioning. And so one of the things that we had to build in early on was call centres with FAQs and additional information that allowed us to provide that extra data. Probably most key in enabling this was the workforce. And when we initially started, we had a number of sites which had assisted swabbing, where people would take the swabs who had been trained. And we identified a large workforce from different sectors who were trained up to do that. but ultimately it was very much the most rate-limiting factor. So from the early months of our response to the pandemic, we had to work out whether or not we could move from a model of assisted swabbing to self-swabbing. We undertook a number of service evaluations, and here I have one of those for a particular combination of swab and media to ensure that we were able to effectively collect the samples if we were taking a self-test approach. As you can see here, from the over almost 450 individuals, we detected no difference between self-swabbing technique and assisted swabbing. And by doing this for a number of different sets, we were able to get approved by our regulatory colleagues that we could use these swabs for self-testing. And for us, I think I've been quite surprised at the lack of information around swabbing technique that has had an impact on people. So moving on, that had a number of challenges, including how we created our ability to respond, but literally having done millions of swabs with individuals self-swabbing, we've had less than 100 serious incidents where accidents has happened. So we've seen that as a huge success. So why then, if that's so successful, did we move on to asymptomatic testing? Well, much of the work modelling work told us that actually we were missing a large number of people who never developed symptoms. And also, when we consider PCR testing doesn't detect the antigen, but of course detects the viral RNA. And as I'm sure many of you will know, and as you can see in this diagram, the viral RNA stays within the system long after a person has, so it has the advantage of being able to be picked up early, but also stays within the system long after a person has stopped being infectious. So it doesn't measure infectiousness, it doesn't pick people up at the key point when we're most concerned about them. It also requires a huge amount of specialist equipment, staff and logistics, as I have sort of just illustrated. And results are available in hours to days rather than minutes. And also absolutely key is its high cost as well. So what problem were we trying to address with LFTs? Well, in 2020, only about 20 to 30% of estimated infected people were being detected through our conventional PCR approach. And we needed to identify people who transmit pre-symptomatic and asymptomatic quickly and easily so that they could be isolated and then stop infectious spread. There was modelling undertaken looking at the regularity of testing. And of course, as I'm sure that you have also found, we've identified that regular testing of people, and we ended up settling on twice a week as being the optimal time period, taking into account behavioural estimates. But regular testing with a test that was less sensitive was likely to pick up more people than one-off testing of a higher sensitive test. And this has been sort of shown via a number of different groups and modelling. So this left us with the challenge of how do we actually move to get lateral flow devices that were sufficiently effective that we would be happy to put them into use. And so a protocol was put together by Porton Down and Oxford University to assess the effectiveness of different lateral flow devices. And this was on top of their sort of relevant CE marking. And this included identifying the products, futility testing, lab-based validation, field testing, and then, where appropriate, further regulatory testing if we wanted to use the tests as different types. Again, throughout this, there was the practicality, there was the scientific side of this, but there was a practical implication. So, for example, while there were a number of tests on the offer that were nasopharyngeal swabbing, we determined that people just wouldn't be able to self-swab with those. And as our model was based on self-swabbing, even if it was professionally reading and the lateral flow devices, we couldn't use those kits. And that was simply driven by the fact that we didn't have the workforce trained that we could deploy on the size and numbers to be able to do testing in the way that we would want to do. So of that test validation summary, we initially identified around 500 plus products, of which around 160 have been sent through the process. A number of these went through futility testing and then clinical sensitivity testing. And this has led to us being in a position where, of all of those at the moment, we've now got 4 products with full clinical studies that are in circulation that are paid for as part of the national programme. There are, of course, others coming through, and I think one of the things that we've seen is that the impact of our validation process has been in the continual improvement and feedback into the lateral flow device and medical devices economy, which has seen a great increase. One of the things that we've also seen as demonstrated, and I'll come back to on many occasions, is that the lateral flow devices are much better at higher viral loads. The other thing that is worth noting is that performance in the real world, as you would expect, has always been slightly less than that of in more controlled situations, which is why, and I will cover this, we've had a wide programme of ongoing monitoring to make sure that tests are being effective in the setting in which we are using them. So here is just some information from the original testing that shows that the effectiveness of LFDs increasing as viral load increases, and the real-life testing demonstrating that as we increase the viral load, we increase the sensitivity of the lateral flow tests. So this is sort of showing the same data, but in a much more simple way, and actually using real-world testing. So RTSs are regional testing sites, and ATSs are asymptomatic testing sites. And the key point about this is that we would, through service evaluations, test both with symptomatic and asymptomatic individuals. And here you can summarize, while we're looking at the overall sort of test, and these different cut points are essentially, were decided on based on expert opinion, but based on the fact that viral load shows a relationship with overall infectiousness, but the exact cutoff points, I think, are essentially relatively arbitrary. You do see this relationship with greater effectiveness as people have high viral load. What you also see is a marginal drop in inexperienced self-trained users. So experienced individuals who have done the test slot do show a minor increase in effectiveness, but not necessarily to the extent that you would expect. So they're not substantially better. And this is why we felt that within the context of LFDs, where the counterfactual is that you can't actually test, that each of these tests is successfully identifying people, that the performance for the lateral flow devices that we have been using has been sufficient to do that. And here is similar data, again, but more showing from our real world sites. What I'd particularly like to bring out to people's attention is the Liverpool Smart Mass Testing Programme, which was one of the first places that we rolled this out. And in this was rolled out with military support from the UK running the testing, and therefore at the start of the programme of rolling out, we noticed, we undertook quality assurance activity with the different sets of people, where we would take a photo of the LFD, and we would also take a PCR swab to use as a comparison. And that's what allowed us to look at the sensitivity. However, what you have here is you have the original test and then what's called the reappraised community ATS sites. And this is small numbers, I wouldn't like to overemphasize this, but we got 3 experts to reappraise the reading of all of the LFDs and saw quite a substantial increase in the number of positives that we could identify. So we put this down to an issue about training. But interestingly, over the 2 weeks that we were running this, that effect disappeared. So by the end of the 2 weeks, the trained individuals who were reading them showed no difference from our 3 experts that had been reading all of them. And so for us, this really strengthened the idea that we needed people to be trained and experienced, and that there was the possibility to learn to use the LFDs better. And that's something that we think we may have seen in the general population as people have got more used to testing. So here, we're of course interested in sensitivity in picking up people, but we are also interested in the specificity as well. So when you move to a situation where you're testing the entire population twice a week with the large numbers that we're talking about, then false positives becomes a real concern. And this is why, although we have varied our approach at different times depending on the prevalence, we've generally taken an approach that if a person has a positive lateral flow device, they need to also then have a confirmation by PCR. This has the additional advantage that PCRs provide us with the material for the genomic sequencing as well, and allows us to then follow up and monitor that. Overall, and this is a summary of all LFD evaluations that we have in the public at the moment, we've demonstrated from modelling from real-world data that we expect the specificity to be around 99.97%, so actually extraordinarily high. And within our lateral flow devices, compared to PCR, we see a sensitivity ranging from 50 to 60%. But if we look at the higher rates, the higher viral loads, we see a much higher rate. As I said, if my colleague Tim Pito was here, he would be pointing out that comparing to PCR makes the assumption that the PCR, while it is the current standard, is actually the best test. But because of that long trail where people may be asymptomatic and still positive for the PCR because they have viral RNA in the system, but you wouldn't necessarily be detecting them, there does sort of raise a question, what is better to look at, infectiousness or viral RNA? That does then lead to a further debate of what is infectiousness and how we show that. And I think that's an area of ongoing academic debate. I would also say that what is the impact of sort of self-testing? So we did look at self-testing versus reported testing, and again, we continue to find large numbers, although there are differences in positivity, but we put that down to self-testing negative people, not always reporting their results. In fact, we know that is a large issue. I'm going to quickly get through some of the use cases. So in the NHS in healthcare, we've had since November 2020, twice weekly LFD testing of all staff has been available. And as you can see, this has led to a number of positive cases being picked up. I'm also going to just quickly go through this because I would like to reach some of the points at the end, which I think you might be particularly interested in. But we've also been undertaking LFD testing in schools with the objective to reduce the impact in schools, lower the impact on teachers, and also reducing the onward transmission to vulnerable groups. And the initial evaluation of this suggests that we averted between 13 and 23% of school-age secondary school students that might have been affected by having this testing in place. One of the big concerns was that when Delta came along, whether or not our lateral flow devices actually continue to work or be affected. Because we had built systems of ongoing monitoring of effectiveness, so what this means is that in all of the different settings, a certain subset of people are asked to test with PCR as well as LFD. We were able to look at the impact of this. First off, we were able to see that within our lab assessment, that there may have been an impact in terms of the lateral flow device showing slightly less clearly with Delta than the person was positive. But we continue to see rises in school-age children and others of cases being detected, which suggested it was less of an issue. Importantly, we undertook real-world monitoring, as I just described, to see whether or not we could see particular differences between Delta and other strains that were in circulation. And again, the fact that we were still picking up cases was really rather key. This is really the most important graph with regard to that, because we compared detection rate and detection probability of the Delta variant to the Alpha variant. And as you can see, these graphs line up quite nicely, demonstrating that actually, if anything, the Delta and the Alpha variant performance was slightly higher than our historical evaluations. Certainly, the key point was that there was no difference between lateral flow performance for Alpha and Delta variants, and so it was equivalent for the two devices. And we were only able to show that because of our ongoing monitoring. We also undertook a very specific evaluation where we tested both in controlled settings of symptomatic people. And again, we demonstrated a marginal increase in performance of Delta variants over the historical service evaluation performance we'd used to approve self-testing. Very quickly, so could you use, so moving on to sort of slightly different uses of LFDs, one of the really key questions and key areas that we've been working from is, could we actually use regular testing of lateral flow devices rather than self-isolation? So we know that a large number of people who are contacts don't actually develop COVID. And so when they self-isolate, there's an impact on them, there's an impact on their economy, particularly in children. There is an impact on their education, which leads to potential longer-term aspects. So there have been a number of trials now that we have done looking at this and modelling work. I'm going to focus on the schools trial. And the schools trial was 201 schools were randomised to an intervention where they did LFD testing every day for 7 days, once identified as a contact, versus the standard approach. And we're wanting to ask, is it safe, and does it improve attendance? Why does it make it less impact on individuals? There were over 201 schools that participated, and it was a pragmatic design. Skipping to the results of the study, so looking at the outcome measure, our assumption was that we would see if daily contact testing didn't work, that there would be greater numbers of infections in the school rather than in the control, rather than in the intervention, rather than the control group. This was at a time where we were seeing increasing rates through the country, but as you can see from these two graphs, both in students and staff, there was no difference between the control and the intervention rate. There were slight differences in rates between staff and students, and there were other aspects that sort of impacted, but overall we saw no difference between the two. So in terms of trying to stop onward infection, then clearly this was an equal approach. And we are now considering this from a policy perspective about whether or not we would implement this if it was required. So certainly I think from my personal perspective, we would, I would prefer if we were to bring back a large amount of testing and self-isolation in schools, that testing of contacts would be a preferred approach. We also wanted to see whether or not there was an impact on attendance. And again, we saw some impact of on attendance, i.e. those in the intervention arm were able to attend school much more and actually missed a lot less person days of schooling, which we know will have a long-term public impact on them because education is so important. So this appears to do two things. It allows people to stay in school, not everybody, but a large proportion, and it impacts on onward infection. The final thing that I would like to touch on, does in this case vaccination affect onward infection? And there was I noticed I was on holiday last week, but a study by the CDC that came out looking at exactly this aspect and contacts. We actually undertook a study that is at the moment in pre-publication, looking at the impact of onward testing, of testing and onward infection in terms of vaccination. For us, this ties into the key question of if we want to use lateral flow devices or PCR to stop onward infection, then are we detecting people who are infectious and passing on spread? And we identified through this analysis that although there was an impact on of infection, this waned after a certain period of time. And so we saw some impact, but that this stopped being effective, suggesting the need for certainly a certain level of ongoing testing and being very clear about the approach to testing that was required. As I said, part of the main reason for doing this work was to look at whether or not lateral flow devices still worked after people were immunized. And we were aware, of course, that people have lower viral load, and therefore the tests which are related to effectiveness are related to viral load would suggest maybe they're not. But also conversely, are these people with lower viral load the ones that we are less worried about? And overall, we've shown effectiveness taking into account viral load in symptomatic people of being broadly the same. In asymptomatic, there's slightly more differences, but again, a similar picture that we are identifying people with lateral flow devices and therefore removing them from onward chains of infection. So, in summary, and I'm dead on my time, lateral flows have gone through multiple evaluations. They're highly reliable with a characterized performance. They detect high viral load with the people who are most likely to transmit. So messaging needs to be important to people to use when they use them. These are about risk reduction. They're not about the perfect test. We've detected over 100,000 tests in health and adult social care. We've shown that they can be effectively used in schools and in Delta wave, and they still work after vaccination. But they're not a magic bullet. They're another tool, along with PCR testing and other aspects that together, and then acting on that testing, that together lead to our overall public health response. So I'll stop there. I don't know if you wanted me to answer any questions, but I'm happy to do so if that's required.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fowler, for your insightful presentation on the testing approach used in England. Then we are very sorry to announce that the scheduled fourth speaker, Ms. Caroline Meadow-Scott, is not well and unable to give her talk today. Hope she will get well soon. And next, let's move on the panel discussion. Now, we will open up for questions and answers. Do anyone want to ask a question?
Yeah.
Dr. Su, please.
Yeah, so actually I have a question for Dr. Fowler in the United Kingdom. So I'm Dr. Chia-Ping Su from Taiwan CDC. So I'm quite impressed by your presentation about the randomized control trial in schools. You try to use the daily rapid test instead of the isolation. It looks like the effectiveness of a daily antigen test is not inferior to the COVID, to isolation. So that result, let me think about, do you think it's possible to use daily rapid test instead of, for example, in Taiwan, every incoming passengers need to quarantine for 14 days at hotel, or our close contact have to stay at home quarantine for 14 days. Do you think it is reasonable for them to use daily rapid test instead of the isolation or quarantine? I would like to hear your comment. Thank you.
So that's a really interesting question. One of the things that I perhaps should have brought out is that the effectiveness of daily contact testing it also very much depends on sort of what you're comparing it to. So we know that people aren't adhering to self-isolation as much as they should, and that's completely understandable in terms of the current climate, and it was talked about by the previous speaker, who I caught the end of, about sort of the COVID fatigue, and so clearly, to a certain extent, you know, daily contact testing versus locking someone in a room where they're not allowed out is never going to be as perfect, because no test is perfect. But then there are always challenges in having that level of self-isolation. So it's all comes down to the level of also risk that you are willing to tolerate. So I certainly believe that if you have the right infrastructure to monitor people, to make sure that you can implement it appropriately, then daily contact testing is a reasonable approach compared to self-isolation. What we have said here is that if we were to implement it, and we're looking at whether or not we do that, you would want to know that you would want to monitor to make sure people were doing it properly and appropriately, and that would tell you whether or not it was continuing to work. But to be fair, that's the same as any public health intervention where you want to make sure that it's ongoingly effective. In terms of international travel, there are discussions ongoing about that, and I certainly think it's feasible to think about that. I think in the UK, but we're looking at potentially different levels of vaccination status and how that impacts on risk and what the risk is where the country comes from. So there, again, it sort of partly depends on what your level of concern is and what level of risk you're willing to accept. But as a model, I certainly think it's one that could be adopted as an alternative. And in the UK, we do have a certain level of testing, of PCR testing, to address issues. So my personal view, yes, it definitely could be sort of taken on for that. What we need to do is we need to ongoing monitor to make sure that it's being effective and impacting in the way that we think that it should do from the studies.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I should just add that there are other studies coming out about daily contact testing, so definitely watch this space.
Thank you, Dr. Fuller. Does anyone have question? Okay.
I'm Liu. I have some question for Director General Mr. Jian. Thank you for your sharing about how we use IT to fight COVID-19 pandemic. In this morning, earlier session, Professor Lin showed that the social distance app can help we find contacts earlier, but it is based on the coverage of download this app. So, but we also know that the rate of download is not high. So I want to know how we, because the privacy issues, people concerned about that. So I want to know how we can promote the willing for people to download this app, or we have another way to find the contacts quickly without this app. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, thank you. And this is a very good question. We have seen that for this year, lots of countries implement the contact tracing app, not only in Taiwan, lots of countries, but the download rate is around, I mean, if it is volunteer-based, the download rate is about 1/3. Or sometimes in some country, if they ask the people to download, it's about 50% or 60% to download. Not everybody like to download that, and also some people, they don't have a smartphone, so they cannot download that. So that's the reason we think when we have finished this year, we don't ask the people to download, and we know there is some weakness. So from our idea, it is only one channel. The government should not provide only one channel. So we implement the contact tracing app, and also we combine with the QR code, the text messaging system together. So it is a cooperation for these two applications. Yeah. So also for the CDC, we have some incentive and promotion mechanism for that in the beginning. And right now, the total download is about 1/3. I believe it is I mean, if it is a volunteer base, it is on the top limit of that. So we promote contact tracing app. We promote the QR code short messages system together. We integrate with the existing platform together. So we not only count on this contact tracing. So that is our idea of that. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Please.
Good afternoon. Dr. Jiaxun Liu from the Netherlands again. So I would like to ask you about the contact tracing and also other procedures as well, because it involves the public surveillance. And I would like to know what is the principle in the Taiwanese public surveillance and how do you see it? Because I see some there's a conflict information for me. At the same time, you are protecting the personal information, but at the same time, you also announced, like your case in Yilan, you, openly mentioned these people are working at certain company, and their background, like their work, so people can identify who are these people. So in a way, the data is not protected. So that's why I would like to know what is the principle behind it. Thank you.
I can answer the technical part of the contact tracing. And for the contact tracing, everything is in anonymous. I mean, everything is the identification. Especially for all of those information is stored in your mobile phone. It only if you want to upload, and the upload data is all randomized. You cannot identify. So that is one thing. And the reason I said that it is a balance between the privacy protection and tracing is we don't need precisely information. Yeah, and we don't need our people to install the mobile app also. So we don't invade the personal information, and we don't install everything in the mobile phone. So we have drawn this red line. But for the case you just mentioned in Yilan, it is a decision of the CDC. Yeah, they have some trade-off. I can answer that for you. It is your turn.
Yes, I have to say it's a very difficult question we have to deal with, because you try to protect the cases, the privacy, but you have to inform the public that you have risk if you have visited this place. So we have kind of a trade-off. So we prevent, we avoid announce the place very specific that people can identify a single person for that. But we have to announce the place that have higher risk and to be effective, just like what just I said, it's a arcade. It's a gambling, frankly speaking, it's a gambling arcade. So everyone stay in that place for over 8 hours. We have no way to trace everyone who had entered that place. So we have to announce, if you have visited this place, please, if you develop any symptoms, please come to our testing station. So I think it's a very difficult situation we have to deal with, but we choose to announce the places that have the biggest impact, biggest effort to the public. So for those who have visited the high-risk area, we need to announce the place. But if the single place, for example, the place where the cases live, we will not say that, because announce the place case live will not benefit the public. but the workplaces he have been to, like the arcade, it's a public available place. Everyone can go there. So it makes risk. It becomes a great risk to the public. So we have we need to announce that place. So it's kind of a balance between the public goods and the personal privacy.
Thank you.
I can add one case of this. And in last year, when the whole COVID-19 is just starting, at that time, we want some people asked us to trace precisely for the confirmed case. And so at that time, some people have suggested we can combine not only the cellular signal. They asked us to combine the credit card transaction, the MRT system, and also to combine with the convenience stores information together. And in this case, if we combine all of those information, we can identify the position, the time, very precisely and exactly. But we say no, we don't want to do this because it is kind of invasion. So at that time we say no, we only use the mobile signal. We don't combine with the credit card transaction. We don't combine with the MRT system, everything, no. So that is, like Dr. Su just mentioned, it is a balance. And in the CDC, in CECC, we have drawn a line there, and we will not cross. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for this very difficult question. What I can say, we are still learning. Any other questions? Please.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Budi. I'm a PhD student from Taipei Medical University. My question is for Mr. Jian again. During your talk, we know the benefit of IT during the COVID-19 pandemic. We also know that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the health system seems like to become more digital. So there is a digitization of health system during the COVID pandemic. After we know, and then in the morning session, we also heard from the speaker that one of the threat in the future is AI issue. So the security because of the AI. So we already know the benefit of technology during the COVID-19 in the health system. And my question is, what is the Taiwanese government prepare or planning to protect especially patient data breach in the health system? I think that's all. Thank you.
You mean in the future? How do we?
Yeah. So we know there is a threat for technology. It can be one of the threat of digitization of health system is data breach of the patients. So my question is how the Taiwan government prepare for this kind of threat. As we know, for example, the authentication of face even can be fake by AI, for example, something like that. What is the next plan, something like that? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I can answer this question in several different points of view. The first one is, like I just mentioned, that for the COVID-19, it changed a lot. I mean, the situation we face is always changing. For example, for last year, yeah. So for last year till this year, it changed a lot. So for us, like I mentioned, that we want to solve the problem. So in this case, for example, if the requirement proposed by the other agency or proposed by the whole society, and then we will solve all of those. For example, like border control, like home isolation, home quarantine, how to assist them, and for example, like the assistance system, the investigation assistance system is how we help, how we assist the first line officer to do more efficiently. So that is one. And the second is for the technology we use, I know for the AI, for the big data, or for the face recognition, etc. We know this technology, but we will evaluate, does it cross the red line or not? Does those technology will limit the right of our people or not? For example, like the health code, the red line, green line, etc. We don't use that because we think it will limit our citizens' right, so we don't use it. But we do develop the so-called green pass, the digital vaccination certificate. And basically, we think it should be only used for international traveler. And we don't use it inside of our country. Yeah, we need to make a balance of the human right. Yeah, so something like that. So right now, we do not have a new system requirement from the first line, so we will not develop the other function. Yeah. Can I answer your question?
Yeah. If I can add some comment. For example, as you know that we already got the data from big data, and all of the information, all the patient data information is in the cloud, right? So my question actually, how you protect that data in our cloud than being abused by some hackers or something like that?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. For protection, my major task is cybersecurity. So we have a team to protect that, and we have a guideline, and especially for the cybersecurity, there is an act, the Cybersecurity Management Act. There is some guideline to protect. So we have do this, and we have also the 24 hours SOC, the Security Operations Center. So we have a monitor of this. So there's some for the detailed technical issue, and we can discuss of this. So that is one thing. And also the second thing is, like I mentioned, all the information we store will automatically erase after the time of isolation. Yeah, so in this case, we don't store the sensitive information right now. Yeah. So that is, it's a risk assessment of that. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor.
I think we have used up the time, and we must close this session now. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for spending time with us. We hope you have a wonderful and fruitful session. Hopefully, through global efforts to fight COVID-19, we will be able to return to our normal ways of life soon, and everyone can attend the forum in person next year. Now I announce the session closed.
是可以移往那个1101主会场聆听主演讲。那主办单位另外有在那个8楼这边8楼电梯另一侧的多功能另一侧的区域有备有茶点，大家可以到那边去享用。谢谢大家。